Hello, test 1, 2. Okay, another day, another time to work and do useful stuff, I hope. Okay, let's just jump into it. So can maybe talk about what we are going to do here. And the plan for today will be quite, I don't know. I'm going to make a plan now. So, currently I'm not sure if we are memorizing the objects inside of the brush, because I'm pretty sure that I did set these values, the draw chance and the min object distance last time. So I'm quite irritated right now that these values are set to 0 right now. Now if I pick draw and click with my mouse, nothing is happening, so something is going on here. And so something is going on here. Yeah, so we have a bug, but the console says everything is all right. Interestingly, that is still I was able to draw last time, so I guess I'm going to start with some debugging, and then we will see what the actual problem is. Probably because the draw chance was set to 0. Okay, let's pick the parameters. Okay, well, these seem to be fine, and now we need to see if these values are saved when we close the project. Now, I didn't save the scene, but the values should be saved nonetheless. Yeah, so that's something you can pay attention to. And what it did save was the time map. I specifically selected time map 3. I'm going to select time map 1 now. Let's pay attention to that. But it didn't save the other values that we did put inside there. So that's a problem. Yeah, probably when we serialize the values, we should be able to set the values. But there's ways to do that. It's one of the more annoying things in Unity, to be honest, that sometimes it gets a little bit tricky which values are saved when you edit them. So yeah, there's that. And this is our brush. And I know from the game object type brush that these values here, they are saved normally. If I edit them with the inspector over here, yeah, normally these values are saved. Now I want to try something out, and that is just setting the cell size. I think we can. Oh yeah, we can undo that. Okay, so I think let me try out the default brush and see. Okay, first of all, we need to cover that we can undo everything that we can do in the inspector. That's something that I did not have in mind. The undo function is a little bit, and yeah, you have to do it. Yeah. Consistent use of UI toolkit. Consistent use of undo function. Let's add that as a task. And we also need to test that. Test undo. Test undo. Yeah, that's something that is quite easy to break. Yeah, undo. Actually, it's a lot of work just to put in undo in Unity. Yeah, but I'm not too happy about that. I would like if they would have implemented the undo function in a way where you don't have to, every time that you do something, you have to call the undo function in Unity. We should maybe find an example. I probably should have just searched for an undo. Let's do that. Do it right now. Undo. Yeah, for all the things that you do, you have to call undo. And that is often often a little bit tricky because yeah, in this case it's actually quite easy, but in the case of the of these functions, all these functions need undos, and like it's easy to overlook them. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to start now. After I'm finished with this bugs, which is saving up filewords, I'm going to look over the function that was in objects. Let's put this to 1 something, and I wanted to make it so currently every time we draw, it is measuring the distance to every object in here, and I want to change that so instead of measuring the distance to every object, I will only want to measure the distance to the objects of the current stroke, which should be quite easy because once you call paint, which is coming from only one function, you can just clear the array. So quite easy. Yeah. So I just have to look, yeah, I can clear this, and then I say, don't compare the distance to all the stones, only compare to the stones of one stroke. So in a stroke, you couldn't go back and draw into that, but if you click again, now I can't do that, then you could draw stones over these stones, because we have to assume that the user knows what he's doing. Okay, so first of all, let's see that we plug in Go default values. And we also want to try to serialize these values. As I said, I think that doesn't do anything because they are already public. And normally if they are public, they should be serialized already. But something's going on. So we need to try to find out why the values reset themselves. Actually, it seems like every time that I recompile, that the values reset themselves. And so when I click on somewhere with the slider, doesn't work. Yeah, I can just click in the middle of the slider. I can't do that here, That's a thing about the new slider. I don't like it. I like to just click here and then it would snap to wherever I click, but we can't do anything about that. But let's just plug in other values and we compile. Let's see what happens. Maybe we can then see that they reset themselves. They don't. Okay. And let's go out, save the scene, and reload the project and see if the values are now the same as before. No, they did reset themselves. Now this is what these are the default values. These are not the values that I did set in here. I also think I have set map 1 here. I'm not sure about that one. I want to try something out. Okay, let's see. It recognized that. And that's interesting. So now it saved the values. Ah. I think that's because of this code line. I think it's because of this code line. So let's do this in every call. In one callback, in draw chance. Okay, let's change the draw chance. And see if that is safe. Now I put the draw chance to 0.68. I think it didn't save. Let's try again. No, okay, that didn't work. So, that doesn't do anything. Want to try that one more time because the draw chance is done 2 times. One time inside of here, one time inside of the slider. But I think I've already proved. I think that was proof enough. It should not have saved. It didn't save. Okay, so that means this didn't do anything. Get rid of that. I'm also not sure if that code line. I think that wouldn't do anything. I think that actually doesn't do anything. Let's just take a look. No, yeah, that code line actually doesn't do anything. That's interesting. Ah. Let's try set dirty. I don't think set dirty is going to work because set dirty never works when I want it to. Uh, just see. Oh, it does. It does work. So to save anything, let's try that again. To save anything inside of the code into the actual brush, I need to use editor utility set dirty. What did I set it to? I think I did set it to 068. Let's try that again. Oh, 0.199. Hey Miri, was geht? Yeah, so that is saved up. Now, when I do this, set this to 508, and won't save up, I guess. No, doesn't. But when I do this inside of the code, it should do so. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. Yeah, so that did work. So I'm not sure why random pick is set to false now. Can't remember setting this to false. Oh yeah, it was when I changed the elements in here. So that's interesting, at least. I think it's because this is a serialized object and Unity just treats serialized objects better. Okay. Got to take care of cat. Sorry. Yeah, nine. Okay. Jetzt steht womit? Yeah. So I have to go through the inspector and make sure that everything is saved with editor utility set dirty when we change value. So random pick element, draw chance. We have those two, so random pick and pick element. Pick random element. random pick is set. Pick element is set. Okay, so those two should work now. Let's compile first. Okay, now let's plug in a 1. You can only plug in 2 values in here. That's correct. Let's see. And when I recompile, the value is saved. Also, the Rolex timer, I did set this to 1, and it's still 1. That's cool. Okay, so let's plug in a value that makes sense now. And test the draw function. That works. Okay, nice. Now we can go on and the undo. Undo doesn't register when I do this. Okay, so let's register the undo. And first we make a test with the pick element. So if I plug in a 0 here, oh, that didn't do anything. I actually should do something. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to try to. So the strategy for today will be, we'll try to get undo complete done in this inspector. Then I will make sure that this function has the changes that I described before, that can draw every stroke. And when I'm finished with that, hopefully that won't take too long. There's a good chance that I run into some problem and that takes way longer. But when I'm done with that, I will take care of the box fill, pick, and erase functions. Yeah, so these come next, and after that, that won't be today, I guess, come the transform options. Okay, let's go.
test. Hi.
Hello there. What's up? It's Flannel Beard. How are you doing? Scrolling through some
How are you
random.
doing?
I'm doing fine. And you? Going through some Twitch streams and looking for what people are doing?
Was streaming just finishing up.
Oh, cool. Hope you had a really nice stream. You often. Oh, weight leader. Oh, 4
What are
persons.
you working on?
Thanks. I'm working on a custom brush. Let me maybe compile. And I can pretty much just straight show you what I'm working on. It's so I'm not making a game, or I was making a game, and I made a tool for making the game. And what this is about is this is a custom window in Unity. And all the elements you see inside of here, I've programmed this by myself. So the elements, wait a moment. Normally it looks like this, and then I can draw in objects in here. Yeah, and this doesn't seem to be that impressive at first. But this is completely self-written, so this is a custom tool, and I'm working on all the tooltips, the undo functions, the implementation. So currently I'm working on what you can redo. That you pick an element here, it doesn't do that right now, so I'm fixing the bug. You can pick the map that you're working on. And in the end, this will be what it will be at the end. It can do a parallax function. So this
Pretty cool to me.
yeah, but now here comes the big thing. Now when it's finished, so this is the prototype, and this one can do something that probably haven't seen before because it doesn't exist. If I pick a certain map, now I can draw 6 stones at once. But if you look at them, you can see that they get smaller with the distance. And now let me enable this. Yeah, okay. And I draw them in. I can randomize them a little bit. And now I can have a parallax effect. Yeah. So this green point here, this is where is a reference point. And the scene will exactly look like this when the camera is at this point. Now, if you're drawing your own scene, it takes a lot of effort to estimate, okay, now the player is over here. If everything moves with the camera, you cannot really predict how your scene is looking when you're trying to just draw things. So I made this to really make sure that you can just put your reference point somewhere, okay, and say, okay, my player is going to be standing here. Then the objects have to look exactly like this, yeah. And then you can test a little bit. You can work with the distance. You can actually set the distance, the rotation, and a lot of stuff there. It's a lot of options in here that I program by myself and try to make them work as good as I can. And it's a lot of the time I'm just fighting against Unity because it's actually pretty hard to do. Yeah, so a lot of the time I'm just fighting against random things where I need to.
Aren't we all fighting Unity sometimes?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. The only thing that I don't like is how much time I spend on it. But on the other side, I really have the passion to do it. It's a really cool project. And in the end, I will put it in as an asset in the asset store. So I'm really excited about that. Yeah, and I've been working on this for a month at least, full time. So it really takes a lot of effort, especially if you do it yourself. I've seen people do more impressive stuff though. So like Kirby Spline Tools, there's people who make 3D stuff that is with their own inspectors and stuff. Super complicated stuff. I have no idea how they do that in time. But I think this is really cool. Yeah. So what are you doing?
I'm working on a typing game in Unity.
A typing game? Is it something like where you need to type really fast? And it spell checks?
I need to fix the leaderboard tomorrow. I was using a free tool, but it never loads.
No, it loads. Okay.
Yes, fast typing with some story elements.
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I actually made a typing course, completed one 2 times, and I still suck at typing. It's just I really can type with 10 fingers and trained it, but once I stopped training, I just stopped using the technique. Yeah, and I often think, okay, I just have to train half an hour for every day, and then I do it for 2 months or so. But in the end, I always forget how to type really good. So, yeah, I was actually thinking about buying a typing game on Steam.
I'm not properly trained at typing. I type fast, but it's just because I've been typing since I was a kid.
Yeah, that's what most people do. And so I'm not really fast in typing. I can type 120 words.
Get more accurate if I learned it properly.
Yeah, but the thing is, I really thought about, because I suck at typing and I want to get better, I thought about getting a game on Steam. So if you release a game on Steam that is about typing, yeah, probably I could randomly find it. Yes.
Play the demo. HTTPS store Steam powered com app 331-6570 typing stars.
Oh yeah, I will. It's super cool. And let me just wait a moment. Stop the music. I will watch.
On updating it, things have changed a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. I will first watch the trailer. I like the sound. Oh, it's just a demo. Ah, that's cool.
Yeah, the trailer also needs some work to be more interesting. First time I'm learning.
Yeah, so there's when it comes to trailering, I can just say there are.
You can see how the game looks different if you check out my shorts here. HTTPS www.youtube.com games shorts.
If you wanted to learn how to make really good trailers, there's some GDC talks. Do you know GDC? These are talks how to make really good game trailers, and basically these are really good free videos from real developers.
Still check that out.
Check that out, or check out GDC at least. GDC has some excellent developer talks. They are done by developers from Blizzard, from EA, and a lot of indie companies as well. They talk about the only successful people. and they talk about how they manage their stuff, how they make trailers and such stuff. So I can always recommend GDC talks just to educate yourself, because and these are informations given by people who really know what they are doing. So I think that's always one of the best sources that you can have. Oh, that's really cool. That YouTube looks friendly and nice.
We worked on the leaderboard today.
Oh, is that you?
Not every day is going to be a day with groundbreaking game development. Sometimes you have to work on polishing the things around the edges.
Oh god, yes.
Oh, you look so wholesome. That's cool.
That's what we did today. We fixed the fonts on this page. We organized things a little bit better. We've updated the buttons and the color of the buttons, and we added 16 or 17 new names. We used to only have a top 11, and now we have a top 30, which is actually pretty cool that over 30 people have.
Oh, and I can see your PC.
It's so hard watching myself.
Yeah, that's why I never watch myself. Easy. Actually, it gets old after some time, but
if you want to play a demo,
it's easy to overanalyze yourself, I think.
With all the new graphics, and thanks for joining.
Ah, okay. So I guess this is some kind. Unfortunately, it doesn't show me the dates. Weeks ago. Yeah, so I think it's really cool what you are doing. Yeah, and
I haven't updated a VOD in a while. Click the 5th one. It's a mini game.
The 5th one? You mean this one? Yes.
Oh man, we've been here for an hour, and
Yay.
Again, it feels like we've barely done anything. What does an hour get us today? Well, it got us two things. We've made the movement level a little bit easier by paring down all the difficult words.
I could improve my shorts, but you can see some gameplay in here.
I also
you can always improve something, at least if when you're a programmer or doing something in game development.
It's a little frustrating, a little bit intimidating, thinking about all the things that I need to still do to get this game out in a month. But working on it a little bit every single day does seem to be getting me a little bit closer.
That's a cool minigame, but you're a little bit distracted.
In here somewhere. So that's it. That's an hour.
Ah, okay.
Tomorrow as well. So we'll keep working on it.
The difficulty seems to be a little bit too easy.
At the same time.
Yeah, I just saw how you didn't move the box, and then were hit by the objective. Yeah, it's really cool what you're doing. So I can really say, it looks like you just. I wouldn't say you just started, because you already made a game. How long have you been coding in Unity? I would say you are coding for at least 2 years and have some background experience.
I've been streaming for a year, just starting some of the social media stuff.
Ah, yeah. So, from my experience, the streaming.
I've been a software engineer for 20 years.
Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. That explains a lot why you get on that level. Because getting on this stuff in time, I see a lot of people who come to me and just show me their stuff, and you see immediately if somebody does not have the experience. So I immediately knew that you have some background. I didn't know if you maybe studied or just programmed since you're a kid. So that's all kinds of people. So software engineer for 20 years. That's super cool. Did you study, or did you just join and because it was needed and started coding?
No formal game development experience, but I have a few other games under my belt.
Cool.
I studied. I have a bachelor degree in comp sci.
Okay. I've got a master's degree, but I'd say the master's, it's still cool. It's still cool to have, and I met some cool people. But I think if you make the bachelor, you prove that you can solve the most important and difficult stuff. Yeah. So that's my opinion on that. I mean, there's also people who don't study and are good at programming, but they are the exception, not the norm. Yeah. And even when I meet people, I've met some people who have a master, and their code was not okay. And then I worked with a company with people who are into hacking, and they are really good. They taught me how to write clean code. They reviewed my code every day.
Experience is important. Just solving those problems. I've interviewed some master's students who interviewed worse than some juniors.
Yeah. I've also seen 2 master's students right now, and they didn't know how to write clean code. So they used the same lines of code and copy pasted them multiple times. And then instead of making them into one method and calling that method, you could see that they used the same lines of code. And I immediately, if you see that, you know, either their experience is low or their discipline quality is low, which is the worst case. In the best case, it's just that they don't know because nobody taught them to make them that function always. If you reuse the same code multiple times for, I don't know, saving something up. I know when I didn't have a bachelor, I worked for people who really taught me this stuff and reviewed my code on a daily basis. And then you are pretty much forced into knowing this stuff. And it's still hard, and you have to learn and be open to changing your behavior, because when you start coding, you don't know about a lot of stuff, and you have to teach yourself. But in my opinion, it's really important that you just work on yourself and your code quality, and then you can make it to a great level. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that I've met when I was working at my job. I was like, okay, I have no idea how he made it so far. But on the other side, I'm not the best in social behavior, so I also have things that I can improve upon. Loyal, there are those folks out there. Yeah. So I will go on and work on my stuff now, and yeah, thank you for the small talk.
Engineer, but I can get shit done, and I have good intuition, which I think has helped me out. Keeps working. Thanks for chatting.
Yeah, I can tell that you're at least medium smart. No.
Come back and hang out.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having you here, and thanks for the wait. Yeah. Thanks.
Smart 50.
at least now. Just judging from what I see. Now I could see your code and try to find stuff in there. So I could really judge you a little bit more. But yeah, probably I should work on my own project and not judge other people too much. On this other side, I really like reviewing. Yeah, that's why I say you shouldn't judge other people. It's like, but I really like reviewing, for example. And I don't think reviewing is something that you do to scold people, and you really have to try hard to find all the problems in the code, and it takes a lot of time. But it's to teach yourself and others how to write good code. And sometimes when I'm working with people that I trust and they review my code, I know that they will criticize me, and I encourage them to do so because you know, when you're writing down this stuff that you often overthinking stuff, and when somebody comes from it from another perspective, he might
Like code
fight
reviews, it's
something.
very important at scale, less important for a single game project that I won't have to maintain for long.
Yeah. Now I actually like always writing code like it has to last forever, or it can scale up very well. But on the flip side, you often have to think about how long does this project last. If you make a mini game in 1 week, yeah, the code can be pretty shit. It's fine, and then you're doing it correctly. If your safe system just works for one user, you just have a week. You can't test that out, yeah, for example, or you can't learn everything in a week. For mini games or something, I would say go for anything. You'll just learn by scale, but yeah, you always have to kind of think about what you do and how long. So, but in the end, I also think the real thing is when you're working with other people together, that you have to adjust your coding style so other people can use your methods really well, that your code is readable, the code structure. I often think about a lot, like here in this code is the inspector, and I think I will restructure this a little bit so that all this stuff, this just creates one field, like one field here, one field here. Oh, no. Yeah, this field, this field, this field, this field, and probably I will make these into custom methods. I'm not 100% sure how I will restructure that, but I really dislike when you just have one long method. And this will be several 100 lines of code just for some fields, yeah. And that's something I think when you work, you have to respect other people, yeah. And when you work with them and think, okay, I have problems finding my own stuff in my own code. Now I'm giving this to other people. I really am hesitant to do something like this. So other things like this is more organized. This is how I create these toolbars. Yeah, and here you can see that these are actual just methods. And here's the main function, and this just say create the logo. Here's the logo. Create the toolbar. Here's the toolbar. Create the brush target list. That is, I think this is the brush. No, this is the target list. Then the brushes and the inspector. These are the brushes, and this is the inspector. Everything done well, readable, and maintainable. Yeah, this is what I really think is good code, but it takes a lot of effort.
Clean code is very important. I like it.
Thank you. Yeah. And I think I will do the same with this inspector, just to create all these different fields. And I think this just reads way better than what did I have than this. Yeah, just one long method. But okay, I'm going to work now for real. And thank you for watching so far, and currently.
Okay, I gotta run. I'll come by again and hang out.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Currently, I will focus on the undo function, and yeah, I cannot talk too much about that because I still have to make some research.
Can you be my type instead? Can you be my
Shop P viewers on Streambook.com remove the space FCO PSI4Z.
Okay, so found some nice little solutions here where I can say I just made the code more independent from variable changes, variable names, and that's pretty neat, to be honest. And I also found out how to use serialized properties inside the Unity UI toolkit without having the dependency to write in the name of the variable, and instead point to the name of the variable. I didn't knew that there's a name of, and then you just point to the variable function, which is super useful. And I'm a little bit annoyed that when I looked up serialized properties every time people would just type in the name as a string, which is super awkward and just wrong because you change the name of the variable and then the string just doesn't change. You have to point to the variable name and to the actual variable, yeah, and not just type in the name of the variable and then you change the name of the variable. And on another point, it's weird because I'm pretty sure that I saw that like 80% of the time people do that. That's absolutely wrong. But yeah, I found that out and now I'm going to rewrite everything inside of the UI to use serialized properties because I see that that some code is just shorter when I use serialized properties because I don't need to. I need to check this again if the save function works, but it seems like the save function works. So I don't need to say editor record this object and I change any something when I make a change to the properties. That's a huge benefit because it's a line of code where I said editor set dirty and then the class name and then the class instance. I have to point to the right instance, and you can mess this up in multiple ways, and sometimes just straight up doesn't work. But if I make this with serialized properties and they just seem to work, that's exactly what I want. And I think Unity forces the programmers into or pushes the programmers into using serialized properties when you code them, when you code properties. So that's what I should use. So yeah, that's going to be the next thing for, I guess, an hour or so. And I will need to also do this to the other inspectors that I have, because that's a huge improvement. But this needs to this needs some work, yeah. Okay, I'm going to do the toilet real quick and BRB. Okay, let's go on. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. First of all, I need to write down that we need to change consistent use of serialized properties. Okay, that music switch was weird. Okay, probably there was an ad. No, I don't. I have Spotify Premium, so I don't get ads. So I don't know what that was. Okay, let's just go on. So I want to have a consistent use of serialized properties in Unity UI toolkit. Okay, and that way, I can shorten the code a little bit, and together with the undo function, the code just gets a little bit shorter, because right now it's like this. In other inspectors that I do have, like this inspector right here, on this inspector, those don't. I'm not sure if this is I think this is a serialized property. I'm not sure right now. But this one doesn't use serialized properties. I think it's just that's just the custom inspectors. That's a bad example. But I think I have to check this. Just this support undo function. I don't know. Let's just check it. No. Yeah. That needs to be fixed. I changed the sorting layer here. It doesn't have an undo. That needs to be fixed. Yeah, so, and the work keeps coming, and it keeps coming, and it just keeps coming. And also in here, so the custom things are just this field and this field. And if I change this field, for example, select alpha. Let's just deselect. It also does not register that as undo, and that has to be fixed. Yeah. So more work. But I think if I think it's not that much. So that's what I've shown now. That's all there is. There's no more. Yeah. It's just because I'm working on custom inspector and trying to be complete. Yay! I just have to think about when do I do this, because I said I do the draw function. Now I'm working on the inspector. So, change of plan. So let's make a call and say, I would go for this. For today, I think this will be everything I do today. Fix this whole inspector so it uses undo function and serialized properties. Fix the draw function so that it memorizes its drawn things, and then go through the other inspectors and make their properties serialized and support the undo function. Yeah. It also means I think that will be it for today. So I still have to hurry up and get going. But I think the things that I found out is that it's pretty cool that I can point to a variable in the label of a field here, and because this is basically the same as an inspector, it's very cool to just point to the name of the variable, pick the name and display it with Prettify. Yeah, that's something that I've been researching now, and I'm a little bit I think it's weird that Prettify is not documented well. But you can see if you just look at the Swing utility. Now this is a Unity package, but you can see what it does. It just makes the first character to uppercase and then splits words with the separator of a space. No, that's how it does it. Yeah, but split words, I think it finds uppercase things and splits everything except the word beginning, I think. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Something you can write that by yourself, but you shouldn't, because there's a function for it, and use that instead. I think this is also the function that Unity uses to display its own variables, so that's pretty cool to use the same workflow that they use, but I'm not sure about that. There's no way I can prove it. Probably I could find some code in Unity and try to find Prettify, but I've got to do other stuff right now. Okay, I want to see if the this button is saved up when I'm recompiling. So what I'm doing is I'm trying different things. Like I'm looking. This is the real value, and this is the value that you see in the UI. And you can see that they are synced up. That's pretty cool. And I'm trying to find bugs in. And now I did this. Now I'm compiling. And now I'm looking, is it forgetting its value? Is the undo function causing a problem? I can still undo after compiling. That's pretty cool. And compile again and see, this caused an issue or not? It doesn't. Yeah. So maybe click, undo. I think I'm through here, but let's do one more time. Clean up the code. And this is okay. Yeah. So I can stop testing. Don't need to make the wheel inspector appear. Now it looks like this, just like I want to, and can keep working on this. So this is serialized. This is not serialized. So this is not serialized. This is not serialized. Let's go. Okay, that was long. Into my black fell asleep. I think he's going to be requesting go outside soon. So normally I don't do I don't pet him that long, or he doesn't want to. That's why I'm making an exception here to time that is allocated for work, because I knew it would just be 5 minutes. Still pretty cool that he wants to be pet for that long. It's not usual.
it burn out. After all of the ashes fall, maybe we could breathe and heal it all. But I don't wanna rip the bandage off again. Every story's gotta end. Love hurts. Stop blowing up my phone. I've been moving on and I'm not alone. No, it ain't easy, but baby needs me. She makes me happy, I make her happy. After all of the ashes fall, maybe we could breathe and heal it all. But I don't wanna rip the bandage off again. Every story's gotta end. Love hurts when it doesn't work. Love hurts like hell. Love hurts when it doesn't work. Gotta let it burn, gotta let it burn out. Love hurts.
running out of time. So the problem that I currently have is, in this instance here we have this drop-down field and this pop-up field, and they just work fine. Like, you can select things here, and these will always, if you change the value, they will also change the value in the actual script. Yeah, then this actually changes the ID. It just of the sorting layer that you have, it just adjusts itself to the sorting layer that you need. So this is an ID, but it converts the ID to a name that you can work with. But I think if you add a new layer, like now I have new layer 6. Okay, you would do that in another window, in another inspector, then it will break. So let's do that. Let's lock this inspector. You see that if I add another layer here, now I have layer 7. This doesn't have layer 7 because it only refreshes if you select the object again. Now it did draw the inspector again. That's the problem. But that one actually, I think nobody would notice this. And if somebody would notice, I think people would be able to figure that out. But the real thing is, when you go in here, go and select the brush. Now I say undo that. Actually, the brush is now the test brush, but the field shows the wrong value. So I got to work on that, but I have 10 minutes left, and I saw it's not possible to do this with the serialized property because this is not a name, this is ID, so I can't just bind it to an ID because this isn't an ID. So that's the thing. I don't think. I will try that next time again, but I just don't know if that's possible. It's very, very hard to do. So I think this is where I have to stop and say, okay, next time I'm going to see if I can fix the issue with doing the undo and refreshing the values inside the inspector. It's expected that the undo function is there, but what we did today was some really nice stuff. Let me show you again. So what we did today is we've actually finished working on this. So now this has an undo function, yeah, and it snaps back to reality. Now it sucks a little bit that I couldn't figure out how to click on the slider and have that value be given to this slider. That's a little bit weird. It should be there on default, but I didn't have an option there. I think this is not that important though. Same goes for other values. Now you can see the object distance here that is modified. When I draw something and draw again, I can draw on the same spot. Because that was a little bit odd that you draw and then you couldn't draw on the same spot. Now you could later argue, okay, maybe that's a nice function, but I don't. I just trust that the user knows what he's doing, and if he goes for the same line again, he should be able to draw. Yeah. So you can't do that when you're doing this in one stroke. I think that's quite nice. Yeah, it's if you want to draw on the same spot again, you just have to click again. Yeah, that's just the way it works. I think that gives the user the functions that he wants. But now you pretty much can have a stroke and not draw on on the line again if you don't want to. You could possibly change that so that you only memorize the last 3 of a call, or the last one, so that I couldn't go back, but then I would start drawing. Would also be possible. I'm looking into, but I would like to look into the box fill function first before I think about that. But that's done. That's really nice. I also improved the algorithm here, where I had this issue where when I click, that it would select the object that I draw. That's done. And also when I return with my mouse into the inspector here, it shows the tooltips. That was also an issue. There's one issue that when I click here, because this is in the scene view, first click will still draw an object. That's not that nice. Yeah, that's something you can still do this with hotkeys. I think it's, I don't know the hotkey for the move tool, so I don't. Just pressing some random buttons. So yeah, what was that? T. So I could just press T and then it works. Yeah. So that's okay if you work with the hotkeys, but currently it's a little bit wonky when you click here. You have to double click it, and first time it will draw something, it's better to select it with the hotkeys. I will keep an eye on that, or if I can improve on that. But it's still an improvement from where I'm coming from. Nearly complete. On the other side, I actually think if you draw something and want to select what you've drawn and you want to check this out, you're going to click here and then click that, and that could become quite annoying after some time. So it's not the best solution yet. Yeah, so it's an improvement, but having to click here many times until you really select the tools. No. That needs to be fixed. Yeah, I don't think that's a long-term solution. Yep. So improvement, but not solution. Yeah. So these buttons are really nice. These there's a lot of code improvements. The properties in here are now serialized and point to the actual script, and the value we read here is always the value in the script. If another script changes this value, you will also see the value in here. That's really cool. And also don't have to record the object with Unity. So when I change anything and recompile, the values won't reset themselves, which was the case before. Really annoying. That has been fixed. So what you see here, I think, is down here. This is complete. Yeah, this is complete. These tools are not complete. I have to work on that. The issue with the click here, I have to work on that. Then I have this inspector, these two fields. I don't reset their value when they change. I have to work on that. And the same is, it's exactly the same with these drop-down fields. They also won't change if the value changes from any other instance than the UI, like undo function. It won't check that. It will still stay test brush. This has to change. This has to be improved upon. And I think that will be easy with the amount of layers, because I can serialize that value as a property, but I can't do that with the drop-down fields. So they need to have some custom scripting that will react on changes on the value of that field. Yeah, and that is going to be challenging in this case because it's an array with drop-down fields. It's going to take a little bit longer, yeah. Also here, but at least we are going through that one more time. Would have been nice if it was finished, yeah, but I guess it has to be done. Okay, so thank you for watching so far. I'm going off to some training exercise, and I wish you a wonderful good evening. And thanks for watching, or watching the VOD. Bye.